We're a band of vicious pirates
sailing out to sea.
when you hear our gentle singing.
Hello and welcome. Sorry for the long startup. I was trying to get my my Christmas startup screen to work, but apparently the way I set it up in the past isn't working right this second, so I'll get that figured out. I need to adjust the audio. The audio is a little loud for me. Well, I might be able to do it in the settings here. Okay. I did play a little bit of this during the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase. I'm not gonna continue that. It's been too long. I don't remember anything, and I would like to just start over. So we're going to take this from the top. I don't remember enough for it to matter. So let's do it. I've been looking forward to playing this game, and I just haven't gotten around to it, so. You need to update your graphics card to play this game? That's wild to me, considering what I know of it. I'm fine with these settings. These settings seem fun. Alright, let's do it. Gotta compel myself to delete that save. So I'm deleting it.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
And we don't like this?
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees company's lawyers are scrambling. Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for. I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
See, I would have just shortened that to a genealogy. No, that sucks. Never mind. I take it back. She nailed it.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Oh, cool. A test. Siblings are in birth order from oldest to youngest. Sleuth. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees Sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." This list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. So I'm probably looking for some root trees. Holy shit, there's a lot of root trees. Me when I'm cutting back on my Margot. Margot Light. I'm sorry. This is serious. Welcome to the Information Superhighway Pass.
Never give up.
Yo, impending disaster. Thank you for subbing for 106 months. I think they did. It was available when I the names list was available when I played the version from the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase, but I also think they have made further updates even since then. Okay. Roottrees sisters. Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to Tims, but Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. Okay. Raina's the old one. Rose is the middle child. No one by that name. Some days I want to get my ears pierced just like Rose. Which one of you got pierced ears? Oh, it's you! So that's the middle child. Unknown occupation. Aren't they all models? I'm going to put model for now and we'll see. Close. But even closer there. Can you search for author blues? Hi, Cyberbot. You might think they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company, and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand, Root. She's married to someone named TMS. What's TMS? Only got one S here, Smith. Okay, so let's maybe check out Rose. Roottrees. Let's check out the brand Root. So it's saying only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottrees. Okay. Tommy Mark Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on a soap opera Time Marches Onward, but he skyrocketed in popularity after starring role on the sitcom Brother Trouble. Thomas Sheridan. And now I need the... Hey, Dave, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm locking in. Okay, I'm locking in. I've probably missed some resubs, and that's my apologies. Brack, I missed the Prime Gaming sub earlier. Thank you. I probably missed even more, honestly. That's just me, though. I missed No Moon earlier with a resub, Nakarashi with a resub, Kuzuki with a resub. Alright. So I need to figure out which one's which in this picture. So it's these two I'm trying to figure out. I could go just based on the image. She looks older than the middle one, but it feels like I should be able to come up with a better way of figuring this out. Let's see. Maybe I'll look up maple crisps. A bed that the father collapses onto becomes a giant chocolate bar. God, I wish that were a button I actually had these days. Ooh, there's like a note system? Hold on. Okay, I will be taking a look at that later. Ooh, please do not. Please go away, sir. Okay, so I could probably just assume, but I really don't want to. I'm just going to do that. Booyah!
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired. The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing.
Life-changing.
But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting.
Yeah, she was just waiting outside. I didn't even turn on the porch light.
But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries. Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees.
You got porn on this thing?
Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
I played this for about an hour, like 6 months ago.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the...
So I'm starting over, but I do like this game a lot. The original inventor had 5 kids. How many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence? Okay. Notable root trees. Okay. So first up, Carl Roottrie. Carl and Brenda. So let's start with Carl Roottrie. President of the Roottree Candy Company, as well as the clothing company Root. Oh, would be CEO, would be president, sorry. Would have to be the most recent one, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. And it's Brenda something. Guess Brenda White. Hello. Watchman of the Year. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies. Every year they offer an award to a prominent businessman who's furthered in the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. Elias Roottree and Carl Roottree. Said that great-grandfather before him, so father, grandfather, great-grandfather. So he would be the first Watchman of the Year, and this would be Elias. I assume president first. Oh, literally just says Elias. Okay. It's one of these two. We'll come back to that in a moment. Let's look up the business periodicals. Business Watch. Watchman of the Year. 1987. $1936. Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant before they married. Carl had a cousin named Jim Roottrees, a notable singer, with a young daughter around the same name as Raina. So can I look at the... Looks like there's... only one notable cousin. Did it say it was a singer? I guess musician is maybe what it's looking for. With his wife Diamond LaRue. Booyah! Hey, thanks, Lyrical Oracle. Glad to be back.
We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city.
Saturday night and you're quite a sight.
The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right.
Making ends meet, so they rent and
We can't afford gas, so we skate in the streets.
guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling,
Peter Janowick.
on down to the city.
On wheels we glide with you by my side.
Inflation is rising, and so is our pride.
Big car and fade, make love not
They
hate.
fight overseas, but we'd rather skate.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out
Clark never knew his father, so our grandpapa insisted he spend some time with my dad and me.
on down to the city.
With my cousin and his ex. Is this Carl? Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. Yo, Tina. Thank you so much for the resub.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't.
Thank you, Tina.
By
I
subtracting
appreciate
where
it.
It is from where it isn't.
There's a sale on. I don't know if you've heard, but there's a sale on money
Whichever is
going on
greater,
right now.
It obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't. And arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't.
Thank you. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. Okay, actually, that's nice that they wrote that. Oops, I was to listen to songs credits as music and lyrics by Clark Rafferty and Jim Roottrees. Clark Rafferty. So it's someone who's married to Diamond's sister, a LaRue, if you will. And it's with an X, so it's probably this person. It's probably not Carl. It's probably...
Never give up.
Maybe one of the Clancys? Yo, Eleonora. Thank you so much for the resub. Well, I guess I don't know that this one's the unknown male, but... Do we have another LaRue in here? Like I guess it's... Kim or Jane. It's got that little birthmark right there. Maybe I can spot him on the cover with that. It's this one right here. He's got the birthmark. I think I'm supposed to imply that these two are the same because she has blonde wavy hair, whereas this is a brunette. That feels like a little bit of a stretch. Not like people's hair colors can't change, you know? Can I change the string color? To my knowledge, no? No. Yeah, what an oversight. Maybe under accessibility? Clark Rafferty did the music and lyrics. What year did this song come out? Do I know that? Ew, public library. Oh. Just kidding. Alright, let's pull on a different thread. Five pieces. Magazine Teen Blast. That might be a starting place. First appeared on the cover on her 16th birthday. Can I find any additional information about Raina Roottrees now to get what that date would be? I don't think so. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't need the date. So that's Raina Roottrees. I'll read the contents there in a second. I just want to make sure I get this added. Okay. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. Okay. Grandpa was a college professor. Always told me history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Told me I should accomplish something, blah, blah, blah. Rich people bullshit. I think you should practice that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottrees name famous for things beside candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. Older sister. So she was a writer. Author. Want to help decide what colors and patterns I want to model. Then she designs the enclosed with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura. That might not be the right Laura, but... Wow, rich people sure are different. What even is an elderberry anyway? Did I already get information about five pieces? And the five pieces are the iconic candy sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Although they no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. Five pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that since the late 20s have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf. Although they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have the five flavors. Shape and combination with maple have remained consistent. The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you couldn't search by title. I now understand why the internet is so great. By Charles Lee. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. I love that. It's a miracle, a modern candy for a modern society. Roottrees 5 pieces contain 5 different maple-infused flavors. The Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by our children. G is for grape. E is for elderberry. C is for cinnamon extract. M is for melon, and introducing M for miracle berry. Miracle Berry is a burst of beautiful blossoming blended berries. Try it today. Okay, so this is probably like the order of the children. I'll come back to this. I don't want that to be shortened. I wanted that to be in full so that I can read it. Thank you. All right, let's learn a little more about Elias Roottree. First, I can search the Business Watch page. Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children, 4 more to follow, leading to Elias invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. Help of his son Elias's Roottree Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in Butler County. Production is tripled. Clancy Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottree, who was Elias' son and the Roottree Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. C.E. Roottree, which should appear in what order? That should be the 3rd child. Clancy Edward. He was a lawyer. Fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first successful when they reach 18. Actual numbers have never fully been disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it's a significant amount of money. The Clancy Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. While looking into the Clancy Trust, you'll often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. Let's see. I have very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clancy Trust. A student that attended the lecture wrote the following on a legal oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, And second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clansted Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Roottree without completely dissolving the trust. There's no additional information online, okay? Five-piece guarantee in combination with the Clansted Trust was Elias Roottree's attempt to ensure that the Roottree Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, this is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Roottree's president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Combined with the Clansted Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because of their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was a smart or successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economics enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. Yeah, no kidding. Only his direct relatives could afford to be president. I have, Patty. I've played a tiny bit of this before, but it was so long ago that I'm restarting and already having a blast, if you can believe it. Okay, let's look up some of these children directly. That's not what I typed. Elias Roottree was the founder and first president of the Roottree Candy Company. You find what is essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottree Candy Company. At the top, there's a picture of him and his wife Gwyneth. After 5 pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." Site enthusiastically claims they made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. A few more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottree Legacy by Bess Williams say their bias is a massive understatement. Below that, there's a long list of accomplishments and awards. One stands out like his grandson Carl. Elias was, like his great-grandson Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. Yeah, we know that one. Family Man, The Roottree by Legacy. Oh. No? No, that's not how any of this works. Bess Williams. Oh, I can just highlight and it'll take me back there, I guess. So like if I go to a different page, this will take me, okay. I understand now. Bess Williams. An old book about Elias Roottree because there's no downloadable version available. There's no downloadable version available because the book's impossible to find these days. We'll see about that. My mistake. Turns out it is impossible, yeah. Roottrees! Urasaki, thank you so much for the 65 months. Roottrees! I doubt I can search for something like this, right? Yeah. Uh-oh, what if it is in the house? If it's in the house, I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight you with my hands. Alright, so now I'm gonna start using this highlight option. Jesus, that's nice. That's really handy. Have I tried Googling root tree, family tree? Yeah, but it just keeps taking me back to this board. There was didn't they have a kid named like Miracle or something? Miracle. Alright, so I need to find the 5 pieces. I need to find the original children. 5 pieces. No, it's not that. Does one of my... From what you found, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Did I add that picture? I meant to, but I got distracted. I have a tendency to get distracted. That's on me. Didn't we find out something about Gwyneth? That's not how you spell that. The Roottrees company expanded beyond their original farm. It's been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there's still daily demonstrations and educational tours. It's gonna be Housewife, isn't it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Gwyneth Anderson? After the whole family tree has been filled in. There's 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Alright. That's a unique name, Miracle. Mother and father named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He's younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems, but still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. Okay, Miracle Jr. Okay, so this must be Miracle Jr. And then Miracle the Third and his wife, it said Brenda? Nicole, sorry. Nicole something. Preacher. Booyah!
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers. You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
The notorious Montjoys. God, I hate the Montjoys. So that's definitely Miracle or Miracle the Third. That tie is a perfect match. He has longish hair, which doesn't really mean anything. That's Eli. I really don't want to just click on all these faces and have a bunch of faces in my inventory that I don't know what to do with. Fine. Okay, so Miracle's not in this picture, so that is Miracle Jr. We'll come back to this one. Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, so it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for all the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. So that was sent to Carl and Brenda. Ernie. Oh, I love my jacket that says film school on it. That's my favorite jacket I own. Photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture out of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell too. On the back of the photos, couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. Okay, you know what? That's a great point, Lauratia. My bad. That's on me. That's my bad. Stephanie Jones for City Council. This is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least. But in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Campaign mailer. Does CM stand for campaign mailer? Is that someone's name? Is someone named campaign mailer? Yeah, I didn't think that would turn up anything. Typical celebrity name, campaign mailer. Yep. So this is Gwen, once I figure out who Gwen is, and the boys. The boys. Someone with exactly 2 children. Probably someone not too distant from the names at the top. Okay, let's go back to the... Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and create an old family photo. This was the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Carl? Are you implying this is a photo of a teenager? Okay. I mean, I'll take your word for it, man. I'm not here to judge much. Have I put anything down that was wrong? I need to, like, check through and see if I'm... Bonnie? Next President Guy Hudson. Next President Guy Hudson. This was from the 70s. Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Rootree. I'm going to assume you are Jim Rootree? Am I looking for that birthmark? I don't see that birthmark on anyone in this picture. It could be him, but that seems like a little bit of a stretch. It's not the redhead, that's for damn sure. That's Eli Jr. I'm thinking it's supposed to be this guy, him in his sequin shirt. I guess it could be him, but I'm not really, like, seeing the resemblance. Yeah, I do have Miracle listed as the father. I just don't have any additional information for him. One of these is Clark as well, which was the one who wrote the lyrics for their album. Yo, Jaspertine, thank you so much for the raid. I guess let's maybe look up some of these names. Guy Hudson. That might be a good place to start. Guy Hudson. An attempt to cater more toward what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. His philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had in any other year, except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl Rootree, who despite his death is listed as the current president. The product that put them on the map were 5 pieces. Okay. Well, I'll figure out where Jim Rootree is in that photo later, because right now I have a few people who I suspect, but I'm not necessarily seeing an obvious connection. Eli here is Eli M. M. Do I have that name already? I don't think I do. Ernie. I'm going to assume that this pictured person is Debbie. Ernie and Debbie. Maybe there's a search there. Unable to attend the funeral. Let's go back to the famous Roottrees. I didn't completely exhaust this list. I just kind of searched for a few things here and there. Let's go deeper. Gwyn Roottree. Find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Somewhat of a well-known actress who was active in the 1950s, she often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. It's a widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to the evidence. Did you know trivia? Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree, the founder of Roottree Candy. Shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Okay, so she's named through her mother. So it's a woman who is the Roottree connection here. She had a famous divorce, so it could be her, or it could be this person, or it could be this person, could be this person. This person's listed as notable, so I think it's this one. Oh wait, the parent is the one that got divorced? No, she got divorced, but her parent wasn't. Marriage to Wild Bill Williams. They divorced before the birth of her second child, so it's someone with 2 children. She does have 2 children. Wild Bill. Williams. Famous Hollywood rumor they even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party, and she was already aware of his reputation. While Bill grew up in Paris, France, he returned there often. Oh, that's the Gwen. Right, Gwen. Gwen and the boys. The boys and Gwen. So do I have the name Wild Bill Williams now? I don't. Bill? Will? William Williams? Is there a way for me to get like a periodical for films? Okay, man, you're killing me. Actor! Alright, Wild Bill Williams, I guess we're gonna have to come back to you. Gwen Roottrees. Guys Like Us. Gwen Roottrees, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. Oh, it's a play on words. Wait, is this like a reverse Some Like It Hot? His largest role for Guys Like Us was the villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother. This time as the hero joined the protagonist. Oh. Christmas mission. Can I find, like, divorce records? Ugh. Twin Roottrees. Maybe in Business Watch? Teen Blast? No. Internet, give me all the divorces. Gwyn Roottrees mother? Gwyn Roottrees father? Gwyn Roottrees parents? Gwyn Roottrees? Childhood? Nah, I got nothing. Alright, we'll come back to this one. Aloysius Herring Roottrees, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence as he was defeated in a landslide. So is he related or not? So he is not appearing in this list, I suppose. Oh. Is that supposed to be a red herring? Because I love that. Known for her book, A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name Lauren Roottrees to take advantage of her family's notoriety. So, Lauren Rafferty is married to Clark Rafferty? Selection of diary entries released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites, all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it's found new life as an exercise in high school classes to show an evolution in writing style. For a look into life in previous generations. After success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrees. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans referred to as the Court Jester series. Can you list someone as retired? Okay, no. Okay, let's look up her book, A Life Between Wars. Seems you hit the jackpot here. Ah, the 5 pieces. Alright, Miracle, get in here. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the three of us were about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose, to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden. Mr. Morden. So that's going to be Miracle, and that's going to be Miracle Jr.? Old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I want Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. Oh wait, hold on. That's good information. Hold on. Back up. Back the train up. So that's Pop? Wait, no. It's whoever's writing this. Might not be Elias. I was thinking it was Elias, but I now no longer think that. Okay, well, I'll go through this data in a second.
Determined.
Yo, Jake Jones, thanks so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Hey, boss. Lauren's diary. So whoever this person is Lauren's father. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. Grandma insisted we include Sam. I don't know which one of you is Sam. one of the women goes here. Cinnamon extract would be the middle child and would have been CE was what? Something Edward? Clancy Edward? So we know that's correct. Miracle's down here. I just need to know the names of all of his children. I'm actually, like, I'm sure that information is available to me right now, but I'm missing it. I'm, like, just not seeing it. Eli Jr. is one of them. Eli Jr. One of them is Clark. I mean, obviously one of them is Miracle. So I guess let's go back to this. Loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. Left her to raise her son, Clark, alone. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. Okay, so her father was Clancy Edward. Never remarried and only had one child. That does not narrow it down. Oh, I guess it would be her. Lauren. Married to Clark Rafferty. No, she wasn't married to Clark. She had a child, Clark. Her mother's family was named the Cassells. I haven't figured out where campaign mailer goes yet. Alright, what do I have entered that didn't get locked in? Because those would be things that are wrong if they're secondary information. Well, this one I didn't finish, but I'm pretty sure it's correct. Jacob died in the final months of World War II. So Jacob Rafferty. Wish I had had that locked in before I went any further. Clark Rafferty. C and J. So that would make this Eli Jr. wherever the hell he goes in the order. I think that would make him second. Not Eli Jr. Oh, Eli Jr. Yeah, Elias Jr. That did not even occur to me that Eli was going to be short for Elias. I think he's an architect. At least he thinks he's an architect, I'll say that much. She always refers to her father as Pop. Next generation of the Free Spirits. Generation after Lauren. Entry name complaints from Lauren Roottrees' diary. Focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwen, who is on the notable Roottrees list. Seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. All of her siblings are brothers. Got it. Got it. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. Aunt Margot. Tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. So she's a blonde. So the first child was what? G for grape? Are there multiple G Roottrie names I have? Roottrie, Gwendolyn? Unknown occupation though, but I can look them up. Mr. Morden. Morden. This really seems like it's leading toward her marrying someone named Morden and having a bunch of kids. All named Morden. She's off living the glamorous life. Saw how she stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. Tell me Wild Bill Williams' real fucking name! Dynasty from Lauren Roottrees' diary. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it for so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next-gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay within our branch of the family, since we still have the Roottree name. Not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he was the one who volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Nobody writes like this. Nobody writes like this. I'm just gonna go out and say it. Really feel like it's leading me toward housewife here. I don't want to assume, but I just really have this feeling it's trying to lead me toward housewife here. Ask Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. My mistake, I apologize. And I'm the next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back, maybe if they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Rude? So this would have been someone from Next Gen. I think they're leading to him. Because they're rude? I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted that the 4 of us stand together. So that's going to be Lauren as well, if I'm understanding correctly. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, I'm losing the plot a little bit here. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy. Okay, okay. Entry entitled Sam from Lauren's Roottrees diary. You learned that Elias Roottrees had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time, Lauren writes. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two. But I was told trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realize. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's. Please don't write Uncle Junior's. I swear to God, don't write Uncle Junior's. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands. E.C. and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Apparently when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. Miracle's youngest is named Eli.
Here, have a money.
They call me UNC Junior these days.
Get fucked. You thought you were gonna get it. You thought the Texas speech was gonna serve you well. Unbelievable. Unk. I'm sorry, the text to speech was supposed to say, would you prefer they call me Unk Jr.? Sorry, they call me Unk Jr. these days. At 18, he unburdened himself. The famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name. Unburdened himself from the Roottrees name. How dramatic. I'm assuming from their photos, their ages, but that could be wrong. Oh no, the hairlines kind of match. Anyway. Is this supposed to be Sam? Or is that Sam? I guess I haven't accounted for this person. One of the final entries called Clark. Clark's getting married, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, and Danielle isn't much older, but openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. That's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Only most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Are you Edward? No? Sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. So there's two twins. Well, that's definitely going to be a pain in my ass because then I'm going to have to figure out the birth order. I am listening to that.
For your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottrees' belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Rootree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Okay. Investigative jazz. Talking about the plane crash. Someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. Comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrees curse being a real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees company have died mysteriously. They say that Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. Sure can. Another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull. Secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 simultaneous 4-day time cubes. Time cube real! An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he is an expert at creating fake. Wait, you begin to read the site and come to the conclusion the words "no relevant results" isn't strong enough description for what you're seeing here. It's a massive column of technical terms that aren't real and confusing rants you can't find any meaning in. Regardless, it won't help with your search. No thanks. For you, I'll type this. No. StarCraft? Am I? The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company's factory, seemingly taken through the website authors. Taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems Operation RT-29 is real. Thomas Overwood. claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it is possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day, so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over, and that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottrees company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Their proof is that Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol polyricinolate, an ingredient of candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it's added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottrees candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol polyricinolate, and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. A few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees Curse website, you also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague is returning in 2000, and that in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Numbers, which claims that if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by that same stock's price, then add those two numbers together and divide by the entire total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year. Oh man. That's so good. That's so fucking funny. Honestly, big if large. Yeah, they haven't heard of investigative jazz either. All right, let me go back to what I was working on before all of this new information came in, or rather after the phone call or the news broadcast came in because I feel like I got distracted. So let's come back here. So Danielle is Clark's wife. Would have been nice if I had tried to record that before, but what are you going to do? I didn't mean to put mechanic. I think musician is maybe the most accurate thing I've got. Hey, Blue Mage. Okay, let's kind of get back to what we were working on here. I still worry it's going to have me put housewife. Like, I don't have any other information about her, and a lot of the women, especially that era, just the answer was housewife for all of them, so we'll see. It claims that there's a lot of information for me to gain from this campaign mailer. Stephanie Jones. The Butler County Times. Let's look up the Butler County Times. Okay, so that gives me the periodical. A video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County. It turns out the creator never even lived in or near Butler County, or even had any connection to Butler County. Unbelievable. I can't believe people would make something like that. Born Stephanie Landon. Till her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, lived in Butler County her whole life. Grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she's a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Carolyn, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Let's look up Stephanie Landon while we're here. I need to use the highlight options better. Nope. Distant cousin of the Roottrees. Caroline Landon? I'm just not seeing information here. Brian Jones. Father taught me everything there's to know when it comes to getting the job done right. Printing staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way. Even has frames. Address, hours, and a few examples of clients and the type of work that was done for each. Let's look up Roottrees Motors. Butler County School District. During the summer makes sense. It's not summer. Currently, their website is a thank you message, credits of a musical, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Below the cast and its crew, two things stand out. Posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print. Choreography by November Studios. Okay. Steven Schwartz. I know him. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson really likes it. And realized it could kind of fit timeline-wise with the game he was making and decided to use it instead of something fake as a kind of Easter egg. You don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the song's Hardest Part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button and go back to Jones Graphic and Print. Instead of searching for Children Eden, you should probably search for whoever was performing it. Yeah. Web design? Useless website if you can't find anything about web design. Okay. So let's go back to the mailer then. CM. Is that Carolyn? There's your gumshoe gooper. He's on the case. I feel like I'm just not seeing the connection. CM. The only thing I can think of is it's her mother. Because her mother's name was Carolyn. Carolyn M. Alright, I'm going to table this one for a little bit. Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet.
We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city.
Saturday night, and you're quite a sight.
The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right.
Making ends meet, so they rent and
We can't afford gas, so we skate in the streets.
guys all rush, say that I'm pretty.
Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, but I'm
Determined to go forward.
rolling on down to the city.
The text of the subscription contains no clues. Thank God, Ayo. Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub, though. When Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band.
On wheels we glide with you by my side.
My cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters, so the four of us had sort of a cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister... So Clark and Jane.
Politicians at large are hopeless.
The bankers in charge are all clowns.
Parties sell better than protests.
So signs up while we boogie down, 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 down.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city.
The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffer Tunes. He's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. So my father was connected. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls. That's how my father was connected to Roottrees. All his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls all over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. think this is going to end up being media mogul. I'm gonna leave that for now. I'm suspect that that's the right answer, but I'm gonna leave that there for now. Raffertons. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. The inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture. He had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. Katrina. I don't think she's related to her. Rafferty LaRue's? Unless this is Jane LaRue, but that doesn't make sense to me. Hey, Gilder? The Roottrees are doing so great, right? Wait, hold on. I'm being passed a note. When you're surrounded by madness and mayhem, reach for the best. There's enough there to share, but let's face it, you need the rest. This combination isn't... Oh, wait! He found her in bed with the other sister. So this could be the other LaRue. Kim LaRue. Right? We did find that information. Diamond walked on Clark in bed with her youngest sister. Everything exploded. No more family band. Okay, I think that actually makes sense. I'm not confident that they're going to list his profession as musician. I think it's going to end up being like media mogul, maybe. I don't love that answer though. Started Raffertunes. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. I guess he hyphenated his last name or something? I don't know. I guess not. I guess that's wrong. Child. Baby. Profession. Baby. I'm leaving those there for now. Eventually that's going to hit. I still don't feel good about this one. Let's look up Gwendolyn. Maybe I've overlooked information about her. Did I spell it wrong? Nope. Gwendolyn Morden? James Morden? Zachariah? Gotta respect the non-professional babies out there who are doing it for the love of the game. Big ups to all my babies in the house. The Roottrees are dead. Family Doku. Gotta look up Alphabet Davis. Wow. These books are not related to your investigation into the Roottrees in any way. Okay. Alright, I gotta buckle down and figure out what my lead is, because right now everything is dried up for me. Do I just start searching names on this list? Deborah Bean! No? Okay. Stephanie Cattrall. Nope. Penelope Tessagreen. Penelope. A retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was a TV star on Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You'll find a picture labeled Joke-A-Lantern 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets, 1994. Both have been added to evidence. Brother Trouble is a 1989 sitcom about two 16-year-old brothers the same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan, and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessagreen, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising two boys who are extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was a small-screen director, Ron Roottrie. Robbie Roottrie. I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. Maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottrie in Silver Screen magazine. Yes. Self-taught television screenwriter Robbie Roottrees was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. Seems that he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, then fled to Paris where he grew up, and then Silver Screen continues to insist this is all very much allegedly, assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's author says they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and were able to confirm through public record there was a trial involving a Robert Roottrees around the time that Brother Trouble was canceled. Was Robert Roottrees Wild Bill Williams? The grew up in Paris thing is the reason why I'm thinking that. Apparently Wild Bill lived up to his reputation. He showed up drunk 3 days in a row and couldn't remember his lines. He also kept hitting on an actress who was supposed to be doing a very somber, serious role. Drop on the picture and the director no longer speak. Finding some small screen success, first as the director for many soap opera episodes and then stepping as the showrunner to turn around a few struggling productions, Ron has decided to start his own television production company. Ron was born in the US, but grew up in Paris with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. Oh, this must be, okay, Robbie and Ron must be, them. Robbie and Ron. That does make more sense. Gobbled up American cinema whenever he could, and when he was old enough to return to Hollywood to attend film school. Brings a special kind of charisma. Might not be a director. Started his own television production company. I could have the pictures backwards. Well, I've definitely written down enough people's names that something should have locked if I was right. Left to right, oldest to youngest.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise
I didn't steal it.
But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a Roottrees.
Uh-oh.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
15 more? What the fuck? I feel so bad for guessing housewife, but of the era, that seems to be fairly consistent, so... Young daughter around the same age. Young daughter. Second cousin Ernie Jr. So this person would be first cousin, but someone over here would be second cousin. Ernie Jr. It depends. If it's a person that has like a full entry, if I'm missing anything, they wouldn't have gotten locked in. But if it's like a secondary entry, like something like this, then anything not locked in right now is wrong. We know Miracle's right, but I haven't written what Miracle's occupation is, because I don't know what his occupation was. Arguably, it could be preacher, but I have not found any information that, like, is leading me there. Child. I'm going with Smith because Madsen shows up somewhere else to contribute to Ernie Madsen Jr.'s name, so that can't be... That Madsen needs to be used somewhere else, I think. It does mean that both musician and media mogul have been wrong here. Where was I getting that information? Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. So he's in advertising. Fucking hell, I didn't see advertising on the... God damn it. I think I have... maybe the wrong pictures here? Maybe I have these pictures flipped. I have them flipped. Here's the reason why I had those flipped, is because it says that his wife was trying to get Katrina, his youngest, to calm down. And his wife has her hand on this child's shoulder. So I assumed this had to be Katrina. And guess what? I was wrong. Oh, sorry. This whole time you haven't had my mouse on screen. That's annoying. It's my fault, but I do wish someone had said something to me, because I didn't realize it. There we go. I was saying that the wife has her hand on this child's shoulder, so I thought this was Katrina, since the text says trying to get Katrina to calm down. I don't know, I read too much into that. Penelope Tessagreen. Oh no, I understand the rationale now. I'm not confused about it. I'm saying that that was why I made that error. Yo, Chrissy D, thank you so much for the resub. 69-month streak. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Very nice. It's pronounced Penelope? I mean, I know it's pronounced Penelope. I feel like I don't love to pull back the curtain. I know it's pronounced Penelope, but it is spelled Penelope, so... So I think we got everyone off of that picture. Apparently there is a ton more information that I can gain from this right here, and I'm not really sure what to do with it. Only one who has any discipline is Carl. So everyone but Carl's... Because, I mean, he went into advertising. Is that not a noble profession? I guess that's not a noble profession. Alright, let's go back to this picture. Do we have names of the brothers? None of them? One of them's Elias. Okay, so Ernie Madison Jr. was the 4th president. And then Guy... Guy Hudson. I'm having a good time so far. I chronically obsess over whether or not I'm solving the puzzles fast enough. Like, people watching in chat are like, I solved this way faster. But I'm having a good time with it. $1979. Our witnesses reported that the vehicle which investigated the wreck was speeding, swerving, driving, and I'm swerving. Driver was off as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says, it could have been any one of us if they eventually ran off the road. He and his wife had no children. So it's someone who was married without children. There's actually remarkably few people that fit that in this. So it could be this person. Could be this person. But this person's actually pretty low in the family tree. I would be surprised if it's them, just saying. And that's just about it in the portions of the family tree I can see right now. I'm gonna make a guess that this is Guy Hudson. Sorry, Guy Hudson. If I keep pronouncing it that way, everyone's gonna think I'm being serious again. Serious or French? I don't know, you'll have to figure it out. Patricia? Yeah, I don't know which one that is. Either Christensen or Jones. Let's try Jones, it's easier to spell. There's no way that's right. Christensen. Christ in sin. Yes. Third of his 4 children. He was born in 1908. There was a front page article in 1944 stating that the Vice President of the United States stopped there to visit the factory floor. The company stopped being advertised around 1949. Around that time there was a blurb stating Matthias was stepping down and attempting to sell the company. Tina Angelina. Oh, this book is absolutely going to give me the vapors. Someone who goes by Patch wrote a full letter of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and CH were the first 2 letters of her last name. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. There's a few passages that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. Mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. Not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to live a life of labor under a wicked relative. It's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life she has been sentenced to, and I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on that joyous day, with all the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for what more cryptic parts of that mean. So, the only thing I can think Steamy Correspondence has no leads. The only thing I can think is that there are 2 Patricias, and the one that I was able to find information about has children. Meaning that this one would have to be Patricia Jones? So this photo pictures Sam. Sam is either this person or this person. That red hair leads me to believe that they're related to Dem? Though that might be a bit of a stretch. So these are names of all people who are at this specific level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Skipped. 11, 12. How many people are pictured here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So they're all present. I'm not missing any photos, potentially. So, like, for instance, one of these is Clark. I think that might be him. Can I find Clancy Edwards' children? Clancy Edward. Maybe I try... I'm doing my best. Butler County Times. Is that my best choice to... Clancy Edwards Roottrees? Let's go back to this. RR attempted to unsuccessfully remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. Born out of wedlock and committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. RR feels like it's referring to them? One of them or both of them? Ronald Roottree had RR Productions. But I don't know that that's... I don't know that that's part of it. Finding it shockingly difficult to look up their names. Let me go back to Lauren's diary and see if her brothers are named anywhere in there. I thought I had checked it pretty carefully, but I might not have. I had, hold on. November Roottree. Hold on, I had something I searched that was November. November Studios. A dance school. Why do you have a special mention for that? I've gotten so burned. I feel like I'm supposed to intuit where Ernie Jr. is by the fact that I was told that he was his second cousin. But that is not narrow, okay? Do you see the size of your fucking family tree? Second cousin is anyone at this tier who is not in this pile. So their second cousins, your second cousin, could be here. It's not going to be here. I'm gonna start throwing names at the local paper. I'm having fun doing an investigation, yeah. That's not any information I didn't have already. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Miracle root tree. Three Generations of Miracles tour. Yeah, no, that's... This one I've already seen. Come on, give me more to go with. I mean, I guess Preacher is probably the answer here. Everything's pointing to it, though it wasn't said explicitly, so I've been avoiding it. I didn't have an opportunity to play Christmas music in the car today, sorry, Bob. £5 of buffalo wings. Tessa Green. Penelope Tessa Green. Not having a lot of luck here. This apparently has a ton of information for me that I cannot figure out. Would CM be? Someone Morden? Carolyn Morden? Why did I go with Angelica here? Did I not have the other names, or did some piece of information lead me to Angelica Morden? I think I just didn't have the other names. No, I've had all the names this whole time. In an unconventional family. I think this is going to be Stephanie. I'm being asked to make a few leaps here. Stephanie Landon. Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. Aren't I assuming she took the name of her guardian? Yes, I'm making a great deal of assumptions here today. I think you'll find that there are no shortage of assumptions being made. Booyah! Mark Landon is not correct, though. Or at least not here. I'm sorry, this leads me to 8 pieces of information. Sorry. I mean, I'm glad I found another lead, but that lead was by me making the assumption that when someone said unconventional family, it had to do with a divorce and an adoption. Is this brooch around her neck important to me? I feel like I've seen that somewhere before. I still don't have a good lead on who these two people are because I have not connected them to their parents. I assume these redheads are part of the same family, and I also haven't quite figured out how they fit in. Bonnie? Okay, so let's look at the names again. This evidence is the free spirit, so it's all the children at this lair. So Caroline is one of them. Presumably Caroline's one of them. That's Eli Jr. I don't know where Eli Jr. lives on this. I know that his youngest son is an Eli. But there's other Eli's possible. Eli M. I guess they could be brothers. I guess that's what I'm supposed to be intuiting from this. Is that blonde hair, and that makes him Eli M. I'm going to put mechanic. And if I'm right, cool, but I'm literally just judging him based on his outfit. Ernie Jr.'s in here somewhere. And supposedly Carolyn should be one of these, right? The picture says Carolyn. Which one of you is Carolyn? Which one of you is Carolyn? That's the picture I have of Carolyn Morden right now. There's no like physical feature that I feel like stands out that matches any of these people. She is the closest one, maybe. I guess the fact these two both wear glasses is maybe supposed to point me in that direction. I don't like that. If it locks it in, good, but I don't like that. Gwendolyn Morden. Alright, well, we're going to go in a different direction. Bonnie Hudson. Yeah, I didn't think they would have free spirits. Okay, hold on. Maybe this is something I'm supposed to draw from. It says, I want Eli to stand all the way on the left since he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. So whoever looks most like Pop is an Eli? I guess? I think it's got to be him. I could see arguments for either of them. I think it's him. The game made me do it. Margolite root tree. Let's see. Margolite root tree. Every time I think that the game has left me with no information, so I just plug in housewife for one of the women high up in the family tree. I can't help but think the game is forcing me to be misogynistic. And no, I have to be accountable for my own actions. That's not fair. Maybe, but I didn't remember that information. I was just doing a stereotype. Who are you? You have green eyes. Does that matter? Do I care about that? Do I care about your green eyes? Do I care about your dumb green eyes? I'm gonna leave it until I have other information. Angelica Morden. So this picture's in black and white, which makes it hard for me to see what her hair color is, for whatever that matters. The husband in that relationship, if I have that right, yeah, James Morden, would be... this guy that's in the back, whose hair color I also can't really see, so I can't, like, make a judgment about him. Do I remember correctly what this text said? Poses in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there without Gwendolyn. Lauren and Angie. I think something in her bio said that she kept her... She kept her Roottrees surname. I mean, the last breakthrough I had was just typing names into the newspaper. So fine, fuck it. We're back to that now. Crime blotter about Edith Jacobson that also mentions a Helen Roottree and a Lucinda Jacobson. Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation's church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees and attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottree, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle, there we go, Helen Roottree, Helen Roottree was quoted saying, "Jesus forgives, and so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways, and I'm confident He has brought these young women to us for a greater purpose." Oh my god, they're going to end up having married the sons, aren't they? Apparently she did a experiment involving sunscreen and ultraviolet light. The article says she was inspired by her mother Bonnie's fair skin. Bethany Kellogg. I don't know which child it is. Yeah, but I want to avoid using the rubber duck for reasons that make no sense. No, I gotcha. If I don't get a lead soon, maybe I'll check out the rubber duck. Brenda White. Do I already have that name? Yeah. The white and gold dress itself doesn't seem relevant to your search. Catherine Wilkins. Jem Wilson. Gal and the Gang. Bruce Throckmorton was a prolific movie director who released a movie every year from the mid-1960s until his death on set in 1993. Most of his movies can be described as camp, especially those from the early 1970s, although you notice some critics seem to take offense at that characterization. One of his signature flourishes was to include a silly message a minute or two after a movie's credits ended. Most of these have been cut from home video releases of the titles, so fans of his work have been trying to track down film prints to catalog them all. Doesn't seem relevant. I'll tell you it's relevant to the Roottrees. Okay, seems like it's not relevant to the Roottrees. Alright. Am I at the point where I don't know where to look next? Are there any other names here I haven't really looked at? Wolf Roottrie? Jason, Steven, and Zach Wilson. Dr. Steven Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Steven Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one has apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops to the top every time. His website claims he's the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is he apparently was the doctor to the Roottrie sisters. There's a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Gotta see this picture. Someone with exactly 3 children who I haven't discovered yet. That's you, my guy. That's you, my guy. Oh, Dr. Steven Wilson. Don't you lull me to try to trick me into fixing a mistake. You let me make my own goddamn mistake. Don't lull me. I'll lull you. I wouldn't worry about the sack beating. I would worry about the 2-week timeout. The picture was credited to Jason. So Jason's the youngest. And then I don't know whether or not the brother is the oldest or the sister is. I'm gonna make a guess for now. And I'm gonna say that the graduating brother is the oldest. I don't know. There's something about the sister that is really giving me vibes that she's older than him. She reads as older. I'm gonna swap them. I don't know which ones were right there. The hard read on the mechanic, yeah. Of course it was the housewife. I swear the game made me a misogynist. I'm so sorry. I strive every day to be better than the day before, okay? I promise. Oh, this is wrong. Okay, this didn't get locked in? Okay, first off, he is pictured in this somewhere. Hey, Tofile. Enjoy watching me say hello to you later. Oh, I was wrong here. Oh, so just because she's wearing a beret, I was supposed to... Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to assume she's an artist just because she's wearing a beret? Are these the two choices? I'm sorry, are these the two choices? With beret, artist. Without beret, housewife. This fucking game. It gives me no information, but like every woman that I find at the beginning of the game is a housewife. And so I'm just like pre-programmed. Okay, woman without adequate information, gotta be housewife. And then I'm getting dinged like the asshole out here.
Life is life, love shall be. Me for you, and you for me. Someday will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was we. With passing years, all paths diverge. Rivers rambling, onward surge. One source behind old memories. So take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me. These times are ours for free. We'll tell ourselves these stories older, dwell on warmth.
Edward is set to take over his department once he retires.
For what could be, rose tinted by youth's memory. So act as though these times ain't fleeting. Love still flows, our hearts heart beating. For now ignore fate's destiny. Two roads that cross once at this tree. Someday these times will all be over.
I'll be over.
Dew dries on the morning clover. So
I didn't realize she had mentioned Edward.
and carve your name with me. These times are ours for free.
Okay, I'm gonna take a long shot on this one. I gotta explain my thinking here. It says, my brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us, meaning the siblings, these 4 siblings, ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. I assume they're saying that one of the brothers married a black woman. And it says, Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department. So I think Edward is the one who married a black woman, and that would mean that this daughter is probably his? You know, on the back of the photo in childish print writing, it says November. I was thinking this was talking about a month, but that is also a person's name. I don't know where that fits in. I feel like this dotted line is supposed to imply that these folks got removed from the trust. I thought I already locked in that photo. What the hell? What's kind of throwing me here is he doesn't refer to his sister as his big sister. It's credited to Jason. Obviously, Jason didn't write it. That's not the point. But not writing Big Sister here is, like, really throwing me off. I mean, I guess Big Brother has to be here to differentiate between these two for me, and they didn't have to do the same with Sisters, so they chose not to. The sister is actually the youngest. Alright, I just gotta go back through it. I feel like I've been picking up some of the clues better going forward. Sam is an obscure relative. Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. So this would be Uncle Junior. I feel like there's a lot of faces I just haven't accounted for yet. Wait, now I'm confused. Hold on, now I'm confused. Wait. Is this the wrong lineage? Why were Miracle Jr. and Elias M. in this group? That's not the right group for you. They were supposed to be down in this line. I mean, the generational gap is obviously quite large because he was very young, but... I genuinely think that they're going to have the two women, the Christensen women. Where are they? No, it wasn't them. No. Here we go. Edith Jacobson and Lucinda Jacobson. I think they're going to end up being the wives of the two husbands here. I don't like the amount of information I have here, and I don't want to just start flipping them around trying to figure it out. I do not think that's a good way to go about this. My mother and her partner. So who's her partner? Supposedly this still has a ton of info connected to it. Maybe I need to look up some of these books. I don't know why I never looked that one up at least. Revisiting the diary 10 years later. Oh. Well, that did unloose a lot of a lot of new information. Apparently Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias and Patricia Christensen. Hey, I got that one right! None of the other next gens had met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Rootree in the first place, even though she was not part of the Clan's trust. He wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. Clearly I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Rootree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have even been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Ernie. Ernest. What? No, stop. Go back. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It's been a long, long time since any real Rootree was excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it out all myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. Oops. My hands are clean. Booyah! She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Children have that covered. Okay, so both children are going to have thick glasses. I don't know the order of the children. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Rootree for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money, after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us to stay away from that farm for years. Never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. You read this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Rootree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob, and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that, but I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. Pardon me. First mentions one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. Son of a bitch. Second is an interview, though he doesn't mention her name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwen Roottry. An apology to all the ladies, I'm actually taken. Earlier this year I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ripping, it wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Boo, Lauracia, boo. But neither of us took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. Hey, buddy, why don't you calm down a little bit, alright? You're doing too much. You're doing too much. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could. Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped, more than I could say for Clancy or Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seemed fine, and Jim's marriage seemed solid as a rock, pun intended. Oh, because her name's Diamond, okay. Who knows what causes these things? I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such shaky foundation like that can last. And Lord knows I was right last time. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get that, but there are 4 Elis for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother? My uncle? My cousin? That's why they became Uncle Junior or Miracles Eli or Eli C. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see why my pop's name came from. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, however, all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving a certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottry. I had to break the news they got my father's name backwards. Not a companion piece, any specific entry, but rather fun bonus. Apparently this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, your Pop is my dad. She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, don't worry. I'm glad she is gone. So someone who thought that her dad was... Samantha Roottrees. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, she had a stipulation that she had to retain the rights to run the farm and any decisions that related to it. I mean, can I find EC? EC has been mentioned before, and I didn't really note it down in any way, which might come back to bite me. May have to go back through some old information. I think it was in her original diary. EC and John. Maybe John Miller? I don't think that diary actually opened up too much to me, unless I'm misremembering. Oh yeah, that did lead me to a new publication. Asked about her last name. The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but oh, actually that does give me something. I didn't know her father's name. Although we've located Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlit exclusive about both of us. While Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottree for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation. So if I didn't already know that their names were Ronald and Robert Roottree, then that might have helped. Oh, I was right about Edith Jacobson. That's funny. I've made the assumption that he is older than her, but I don't know if I've been given any information that would lead me to that. Was it Gwyneth or... It wasn't Nicole. I think the red hair is how I'm supposed to be following this. It's a bit of a stretch, but I'll take it. I feel like I've been Obra-Dinning this whole process where like every time I get two people locked in, I just pick any of the women and guess housewife and sometimes it locks. I guess they got his hair. I thought they said Gwyneth was like a farmer. Maybe I didn't understand. Hold on. Gwyneth M. and Gwendolyn are in this picture. Let's go back to that information. It was here. Gwyneth. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother. I mean, it's possible these two should be flipped. Let me try that first. I'm gonna be... Yeah, I just had them backwards. Would I have preferred to arrive at this information a different way? Yeah.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet.
Booyah.
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why.
The Roottrees? They're not treating me anyway. They're dead.
It's true. I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Ah, so you're Lauren.
I'm on the verge of releasing a book. And it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the Five Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me.
Okay, don't be mad, but I just want you to know that I've been guessing a lot, and the magic family tree has been telling me I'm right. Is that going to hurt your lawyerly things?
To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out.
I don't think you should use the word process of elimination after a Roottree has died. I'm worried that you've been using the process of elimination.
I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Okay, so we have all the presidents. 3rd, 4th, 5th. Okay. bullshit. Carly and Riley. Not really sure where to go at the moment. What's TMS been up to? So later, his parents learned of his off-screen death in a terrible whitewater rafting accident. Oh no! After a 6-year absence, he returned with partial amnesia. He recalled that though he was saved from the river, the couple who found him were evil drug runners. They smuggled him across the Mexican border and sold him into child labor. After he managed to escape, he couldn't remember who he was. He eventually found his way home by following the address that his parents had written on the tag of his jacket. Played Carson for an additional 3 years, appearing in over 500 episodes. Man. He was then killed permanently this time while saving his younger sister from drowning in a whitewater rafting accident that happened in the same river where the initial accident took place. Fascinating as all this is, none of it seems related to the Roottrees. You got me. Tell me more about partial amnesia. Tell me about Time Cube. So did Clark and Jane have a child? What? Who is your child? I wonder if this is where... Or it could be here. I'm looking for somewhere where Penelope fits. But I think wherever Tessa fits is going to be somewhere where it's going to allow me to slot in a photo, like here. No, I don't want people asking me about Grim Fandango all the time. Child. Are these two different children? $1997. Oh, it would have to be. Oh, it would have to be. Occupation, baby. I'm taking a little bit of a guess here. Which is different from the very large guesses I've been making otherwise. I'm still missing something from here. I think it's I need to find information about EC and John Miller. I believe it's John Miller. So I think the person who's hired me is Sam. I think that feels somewhat obvious to me. It's either Sam or Lauren. Hi, Bob. Wasn't Madsen. Morden. Oh, that's something new. Can I look that up somewhere? Is that just supposed to be another clue that her partner was a woman? I guess that's what it's trying to. Well, we already knew that. That's not new information. One of the articles that I looked up was my mother and her partner had essentially an entirely female influence. Alright, well, let's go back to the top. This apparently leads to 6 pieces of information. How? Great question. Campaign mailer apparently leads to several more. Two years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, "Love's our future." Can I search our campaign slogan to find more information? Is that what I've failed to do? Can I find more information on this artwork? I couldn't seem to figure out where it would go. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I could see with the duck things, but... Hey, give me a minute. I'm gonna stretch my legs real quick and come back and we'll go for about another half an hour to an hour. No, the book led to some stuff. I just haven't figured it all out yet. I'll be back. This is a really unremarkable location, though I feel like most players would not have a hard time finding it. But because in Rando you often come back here in order to get the vanish cap right away. What? Stand up! Stand up!
I am stopped.
Stand!
I'll be sitting.
I don't recommend it! Leave room!
This is the living room.
Leave!
The bedroom. Okay.
Leave!
The bedroom.
Leave!
What is it?
Leave room!
Yes.
Hallway.
The table. Okay.
The nachos were safe! I do not think it's going to let me out of this. I think I have found the tube. I really thought I should have gone around. I considered going around. It has installed a tube that prevents me from moving here.
The first time the advantages mattered because everyone.
I'm sorry.
Oh, is there a tie right now?
Tie break day. Oh.
Tie break dice.
Everything's coming up off the
Good
blues.
rolls have finally run out.
I'm out of the gas.
You're coming with me, boyfriend.
How the hell did we tie in pinball? Holy shit. Very careful.
You better not talk some shit to me. Fuck you. I don't know what I expected there. Do you need MSU1 to be able to play voice clips? I mean, can't you just use samples? That might be too many samples though, right? That's probably just what the fuck is with this bird? Look at how big this goddamn bird is. Holy shit. Okay, you know what? Previously, I thought people were just fucking around when they kept calling Mario short, but now I see it. Someone just link the tweet. Just link the tweet. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm so over this. Hey, Mountain Dew Gaming. Thank God. There we go. Yes, go for it. You're welcome to give it the big slap. How deeply embarrassing for Mountain Dew and for Twitch. I bet you want to be saved, don't you? Pick up a Bible. Hello, I'm back, and I'm here to solve a mystery about the Roottrees who are dead. Hey, Jedi. I had a swell Thanksgiving. Thanks for asking. I have some people, like these kids, that I think could be swapped, potentially, but... I really don't want to ask the dumbass duck anything, but like I don't I think my plan is to not involve the duck tonight. And if I leave off thinking, man, I don't feel like I have any leads, then maybe I'll start with asking the duck. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy as a sticker that says only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet. It's credited to Peter Janowitz. Quack. They have 2 kids, and I have not seen anything about them. Let's plug in some more names, I guess, to some of these things. The Roots sisters got their start doing session work for their great uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1960 to 1965 that featured the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they moved on to bigger and better ventures and going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces and are looking to release an album sometime next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. Jane Del Vecchio. I don't have anyone with the name Del Vecchio. And I don't know how to get access to anything related to Del Vecchio. And I can't search for it in the library because they're just going to tell me no. Dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. Okay, hold on. I didn't see that before. This must be Eloise, then. Yeah, that was an important detail I missed. Court Jester series is what it was called. Okay, so nothing really to be gained there. I'm happy to have the name Eloise, but it still didn't really get me very far, it doesn't feel like. I'm not happy with switching them. I kind of been sitting here staring at them for a while, uncertain. But I think my original gut decision was right. That no, I'm not putting housewife. I think my gut is right that she's the older one. Have I searched Jem Wilson? Have I looked up her name? I don't remember doing so, but... What was the dad's name? Steven Wilson? Dr. Steven Wilson. Progress is coming along. I feel like I've slowed down quite a lot. I'm having a hard time pulling the next thread. But, I mean, we've filled out quite a bit at this point. How much of it is correct? Who knows? But... Met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year, and this time TMS found love, the mega hottie had to say. Okay. So I'm right. I've got all this correct. I intuited it just from the shape of the tree, but I was right. Sorry, I'm gonna do it. No. Wrong. Wrong again. I'm happy to see they finally stopped making every single mother in this game have occupation housewife. Finally, we ran into a few where that didn't work. How dare you assume? Shut up. Either the other two are wrong. Either these two are not baby and child. Either I got it wrong, or none of these women are actually housewife. Which is fine. I'm mostly just using it because I can't find other information. Oh, right, you need 4. Ugh. Don't we know Ernie Jr.'s wife's name because they died in that car accident? Hold on. No, that was Guy Hudson that died in the car accident. So how did Ernie Madsen Jr. step down? Was he poisoned? Oh, maybe he was poisoned. That campaign mailer has been my undoing, I'll tell you that much. Significant crime against a fellow family member. Alright, Duck. Here's your shot. There's a tangent in James Roottrees' spider search result that's worth investigating. Diamonds Dazzlers? Ugh! I don't like missing things! It's the name of an official fan club for Jim and Diamond. Find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out Christmas cards every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it's no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There's a fierce debate in the subsequent posts about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 has included pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. Opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual, and not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in the good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were. She was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. Probably were losing a fortune. The reviewer said that though she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There's no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. Beef Baby is a song by the Floozies. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter, isn't it? Could be a euphemism, or about a newborn cow. Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. It certainly piques your curiosity. If only you had the time or resources to look into it further. I do! Guitar, vocals by Candy, bass by Nikki, drums by Nina. So this is probably Candy. So I've seen the name already. He doesn't look very happy to be listening to his parents' latest music. There's something I'm not seeing here. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking too. These might just be in the wrong order, but I would not expect them to be in the wrong order. It definitely seems like the daughter should be considerably older than the son. But I'll flip them if you want me to. Don't make me start throwing housewife at the wall and seeing what sticks. That's what I'm doing. Okay, was your job not baby? I had assumed Tessa Roottrees, by the way, just based on her last name. That was a nonsense connection I made and maybe way off. That's what I said. The baby's actually a CEO. Show some respect for the CEO baby, okay? Where the fuck is Beef Baby? Okay, but that did not clear the 1 here, which means there is more information available here. I was thinking that Nikki might be Nicole Madsen, but that seems unlikely. Unknown occupation. We'll see about that. Are there other musicians on the tree? Yes, but not ones that make sense in this context. Names are always birth names, so it couldn't be Madsen here, which would be the son of a family of musicians. Other than that, I'm not sure that I have other musicians to pull from. I might be missing some stuff to be able to answer that question. How many are solid this second? Well, I know this is Jim. I don't know occupation, but I'm guessing K-12. I don't think I have anything other than that. Are we good on occupation for unknown bear child? I'm not sure I'm willing to describe that as a bear child to Bearminator. I'm not sure what you would do. Okay, let's go back here. Ernie was a man full of love. Sorry you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie knew how busy your job can be. I've included a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but as for his family's legacy. Carl has carried on from after taking over. Debbie and Nicole. So this is Debbie. I think. Job, child. Do we got any more Madsons unaccounted for? No. Oh, right, because it would, I guess, she would take the married name. Maybe that baby became beef baby by winning 5 pounds. It was 5 pounds of chicken wings. Sorry. I don't mean to correct you, but it is 5 pounds of chicken wings. I think if I'm just depending on the names I have access to at this moment, then the only one that makes sense here is Sam Cattrall and Stephanie Cattrall. And you would probably also, if I had to guess, be a child. Also, it occurred to me that I can depend on Rafferty for the name here. There's only one Rafferty I haven't applied, is Chris Rafferty. Can I find any information on Chris Rafferty? What is that from? I mean, that's obviously familiar to me. I just can't process what that's from for some reason. Oh, Morrowind. Okay. I've actually never played Morrowind, but I am aware of that. Okay. Cool. I got you. Are you the beef baby? I still think I was right about Tessa, but I guess not. Yeah, we're running out of locations for Roottrees. That's actually a good point. There's not a whole lot of spots that a root tree would even fit. Which would make you have to be Tessa then. What was the last name? Obviously, just a single name isn't going to do much for me, but sometimes it just feels better to look. Yeah, I just realized you can swap out the pictures. That's interesting. I really don't have another picture of Guy Hudson. Why do I have a picture of Mr. Morden and nowhere to put it? Unless I'm wrong about what this picture is? I've been assuming that what they're referring to is that is Mr. Morden. But that could be EC. Yeah, it's a child with a rat eye patch. I would imagine that Caroline... that her mother would be... like, it would be through her that I would discover her mother. Or maybe not. Love to search mermaid on a search engine. Sorry, this text can't be highlighted. They caught on to me immediately. That's so funny. Video games are so fun. I love them all. Yeah, they mentioned P-Flag. All games are good video games except for Bubsy 2. It's not like... Okay, these numbers are starting to drive me a little bit nuts because... What do you mean that there are 5 pieces of evidence or things tied to this? I have milked this for everything I have drawn blood from a stone here. The flute knees are bread. You're really doing this, are you? The Flutinies Are Bred is a game about a fictional family of ducks who lives in Duckler County. Their 3 sons, the Flutiny brothers, accidentally offend a witch who turns them into bread. They are then eaten by some of the other citizens of Duckler County. It's all quite grim. The player must identify all the ducks in the area, their lineage, and of course their occupations to find out, according to the slogan, which ducks killed the Flutinies. If you're looking for a hint for that game, I heard one of the ducks is a bank robber who goes by the name the Safe Quacker. There. I hope you're happy. Now go back to looking at the Roottrees. I swear to God, you better tell me about the Safe Quacker. Well, I tried. Franking? I don't know what franking means. Never heard of Pennsylvania. Got it. Argument starts somewhat civil, but go on for 6 pages. There are 25 comments per page, and by midway down the 3rd page, they've deteriorated into a full-on flame war. Okay, I forgot to come back to this. Chris Rafferty. Yeah, we did this one already. Okay. Art of Rafferty. Me and my fiance Lulu. Family, I asked my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could. Even some I've never met, only a few of them got back to me. My teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Rain, O'Reilly, or Rose, so I had to get creative and only use my third cousins. This includes Davy and Bethany's yearbook picture. Stephanie, who's only child. Yay! Chris Rafferty has introduced my fiance, fiance, Lulu. Well, this has to be Chris Rafferty, so that would make this Lulu. Oh, I gotta claim all those faces again. Yeah, my bad. Forget how this game works. Bethany's yearbook picture, Davy's younger sister, Stephanie, who's an only child. Beef Baby is locked in. We are all go on Beef Baby. Okay, so he's still a college student. Oh, my camera froze. My bad. Sorry, I've been locked in. All this music is from the game. Everything you've heard tonight is from this game. What Roottrees do I have left? You're a November Roottree, okay. None. Were there chicken wings involved here? There was some contest mentioned in one of the pieces of evidence for winning 5 pounds of chicken wings. I think it was for the Joke-o'-lantern? Was it the Joke-o'-lantern? Yeah, person with the best costume wins a voucher which can be redeemed for 5 pounds of buffalo wings. I mean, I mentioned before that November was written on the back of that, but it didn't occur to me that her name was not one of the ones on the front of it. That's the part that I was thrown off by. But hey, what can you do? We can't all be winners, right? Well, that cleared out Conquistador. What was tied to this that it wanted me to know? You didn't see the beef baby? Called The Roottrees Are Dead. The whole game is about figuring out the family tree to solve a mystery. I mean, I could literally just slap Housewife on half of this and hope for the best, but we've already proven that that's not right. Like, we've already demonstrated that that's not right for the ones that are missing, so the game has to give me more information. I still think the piece of information that's tied to this one is who EC is. I'm going a little long, so I'm gonna make this my stopping point. And they were roommates. I love when old-timey stuff is like, they're a confirmed bachelor. Fuck. Unpack that for me. Wishlist our new game, The Incident at Galley House. What is The Incident at Galley House? Well, it looks kind of vaguely related. Oh, it's on my wishlist already. Damn, I'm ahead of the curve. Oh, is that type help? Really? Okay. I've been planning to play type help. I looked at it one time and I was like, damn, I don't know if this would, I don't know if this would stream very well. But if they're remaking it, I might be compelled. Alright. We'll be back tomorrow night after Speed Bump with more video games. Do you like video games? Yeah, me too. Sorry to keep you up, Radamero, or make you get up early or whatever.